Hello. Okay, let me get on my game. Hello, guys. Happy Valentine's Day. It actually took me longer than I expected to start the stream because I was preparing stuff. But I think today's gonna be a fun one. I've got a little drink. I have quite a few videos lined up. And we're gonna talk about ships. We're gonna talk about husbandos and waifus. And we're gonna have fun. Make sure, yeah. Every time I start, I always feel like my volume is like way too loud, but I know I'm probably feeling like I can't hear myself. I can't hear myself talk. So I always feel like I'm being drowned out by the music. But before we begin, let me just get a few of my dailies done. I'm working on getting all of my characters to their full level. So yeah, I really want to actually use my Chingche. I put her on the back burner for so long because I still want to have like I put her on the back burner so long because I didn't have her at the Endelin level where she would have her follow-up attack. And now that I do, like then of course I didn't invest enough to play her immediately. I'm paying dearly for that now, in which I have to grind her up. That sounds wrong. I have to grind for the materials to level her up. I hope your Valentine's Day has been a kind one to you. I would really hope to see Hard Eyes in theaters. I have not even seen the trailer for the film. But all I need to know is that it's a campy slasher and you've got me on board, honestly. Really hoping I can catch it sometime this weekend. We also got announcements, I think, today for the next banners, if I'm correct. I believe the first banner is going to be Tribby and Youngli. Second banner will be Mighty and Huohuo. Again, clapping myself on the back for having Huohuo already. Don't need to worry about it then. I really should leave at least some Trailblaze power for tomorrow. And to be honest, for our tier list today, I'm not even sure if I want to rank it on my own opinions of them as a husbando or waifu versus like how much in canon there's supposed to be husbando waifu material for the player. So much to do. So much to consider. Okay, finally.
All go, the trick is to steal a bit of downtime, right?
They say you never run out of credits in this game, but I'm always suffering from a lack of credits. Okay, what's a good place I can park our characters in?
This familiar wind, a call to sweet remembrance.
What is this? Oh my god. They nurture chimeras here? That's really cute. So they just like grow in this little terrarium. They're so cute. I love these little cat lizard things. Like, I'm so sorry to my Tuskapir, but I need to replace him with a chimera. Okay. Okay, gonna feed my pass key. There we go. Okay, I cannot postpone it any longer. Well, actually, let me see. After we're done, I should talk to Garment Maker. Oh, actually, let me talk to her right now. As you touch the mannequin, Aglaya's voice emanates from within, causing you to shudder involuntarily. No need to panic, my distinguished guest. This mannequin is my garment maker. I've granted it a portion of my divinity so it can take action like a living being. Sometimes I use it as a model for tailoring clothes. If necessary, it can also carry out official duties or engage in battle. It's like the miniature herdas. Although I am not sure what you mean, I agree this method of controlling puppets isn't exactly unique. As long as you understand, that's enough. The mannequin doesn't express displeasure at your interruption. It doesn't have a face capable of making expressions, but the sudden silence tells you that perhaps it's time to leave. My distinguished guests, please don't rush to leave yet. I still have something to say. I didn't mean to touch this thing. I'm not blaming you. I just have something to ask your help with. Even though we're not currently connected by the golden thread, I want to convey my sincerity to you. Not long before Oklahoma was invaded, I received some prophecies. Unfortunately, I was too busy to pay attention to them at the time. I've tried to interpret these prophecies recently and discovered they were obscured by an unknown force, which I can't unravel alone. Therefore, I need your assistance. Do you need me to generate electricity? While you indeed received Ornyx's blessing, which we haven't yet in story, I'm afraid we must seek the help of the other Titan's kin in this matter. Don't worry, I will assist you throughout the process and share the interpreted content with you. In simple terms, I need you to help collect a type of creature called creation nymphs. They possess the Titan's blessings and can aid me in interpreting these prophecies. That's a little complicated. In short, nymphs were essentially human beings who had lived in the era Chrysia. Legend has it that Thanatos sent disciples of romance to defective cocoons, where they were reborn as butterflies, destined to continue their lives as loyal aides to the Titan. In the era Valencia, Ceres accidentally lost their divine form. Menesta, unable to accept the fact that their lover was injured, collected Ceres' scattered bodies, intending to weave them together with threads to bring the other Titan back. Hello, Abigail. Welcome to stream. I was kind of procrastinating, so I started this little piece of dialogue, but we will get into, the tier list in a little bit. The former followers of the two also voluntarily joined this arduous journey, and they are the creation nymphs. The beautiful and fragile belong to Menesta, while the brave and strong belong to Ceres. Reassembling a divine body is no easy task. The nymph must perceive all things, gathering wisdom and love from the words of others to provide for Menesta's weaving of the golden threads. Thus, they have an alternative name, weavers. But this act is destined to be futile. All you need to do is bring back any nymphs you encounter, and I'll handle the rest, distinguished guest. So it's just the origami birds, all over again. During the process of capturing them, you may witness some phenomenon that are hard to comprehend. Don't worry, those are merely the remnants they leave behind. In Oklahoma, the nymphs exist in the form of butterflies. The aura of romance oozing from them is unusual, and should not be difficult to distinguish. 3 hours of work. That definitely is a rip. I'm sorry, Abigail. Hopefully, you can finish that up. With this keeping you company, the stream keeping you company. I've asked my trusted nymph to prepare a small puzzle for practice. Why not give it a try, my esteemed guest? It may prove useful in unraveling future prophecies. So listen carefully. Created by Ceres, yet bound by the string of romance, if you touch its roots, you can create a knot of destiny. Seek out its hidden place. I've left a gift there just for you. Okay. So this tree down here. No, no, that's for the actual quest. Yeah, where's this? What's the destined love tree? Oh, okay, this is it's the place where there's a whole bunch of like couples trying to propose to each other. Okay. I got it.
I shall uphold the principles of man, champion beauty and courage.
Thank you, Argenti. Okay. Let me show you what I have prepared, in a sense. Alright, here is the tier list I've made. Here are the current playable characters, which we'll be choosing from. No NPCs, sadly. Though I don't think there are many notable NPCs you could choose from in terms of selecting like a waifu or husbando. Like other than Screw William and maybe Scott, I guess. But again, they're off the table for now. From the very bottom, I've eliminated all the children slash too young adult for me to comfortably rank them. Tribby is like a weird case where I guess she's technically an eldritch like being, but since she looks like a little kid, it's a no for me. I've also eliminated us, the main character, because it's us. And even though I do think Stell would make a great waifu, I've kind of chosen for this tier list to be a mix of my own personal taste plus what I believe the game kind of gives us in terms of like how we should feel about them as we progress through the story. So we've got us. We've got Murder Zone, which is just characters I hate. I'm actually not sure if I'm going to put any characters in the Murder Zone. Because, yeah, nothing, I don't feel any kind of inspirational hatred towards any of them. But who knows, like, after I start talking. We've got Ick, which is self-explanatory. Bestie. So characters, I think, would just be great friends slash platonic partners. We're the side piece. So characters that maybe I feel would be a great husbando or waifu, but are clearly taken already in some form. Planetary Fling. So characters that we definitely have some kind of chemistry with, yet I don't think are going to really become like OTP material for anyone. Marriage material. These are characters that we definitely have some serious like relationship potential there. And then the Rose, which we will award the final character who can capture our hearts tonight. Okay. Starting right off, Himiko. Okay, I think, because I don't think I have anything for Himiko in terms of my materials. Yeah, I don't have anything for her, so I'll just pull her up in game. Wait, Pella, and who's Fish Girl? Abigail, who's fish girl to you? I need to look back at my tier list. But you're right, Pella's age is kind of debatable. This is one of the huge things of Honkai Star Rail. Is that Pella's age has just been retconned to all hell. Oh yeah, Pella and Lynx. Pella and Lynx are the same age. They have made that clear because Pella and Lynx are besties slash girlfriends. Just based on how close they are to each other. The one thing that makes me hesitate on them is just that Pella's age specifically has been retconned because it's canon that she was in college with Serval, who is Lynx's older sister, and Serval is at least in her late 20s to early 30s. But also Pella had a companion side quest with the Belobog Museum, in which it was confirmed that she was 16. So obviously there's some like timeline mistakes going on. And I would rather, I think, since the museum mission came after the mention that she played in a band with Serval in college, I think that it's a retcon for her older age so that it fits more for her to be Lynx's like best friend. If that's the case, then I have a feeling both of them are within like the teenage to young adult range. That's where I think they are. I don't know if Robin is coded actually the same as Pella and Lynx. I would say Robin is in her early 20s. And definitely still within the age of like I feel like Robin is definitely an adult. Like I see her trailer, she's literally in the Marilyn Monroe like she references the Marilyn Monroe upskirt moment. Like I think she's definitely at least comfortable enough to be sexualized by Hoyo. And I know, like, should I really be taking pointers here from Hoyo about how I should view these characters? Because in their minds, I should probably sexualize every single one of these characters. But I laugh because I want to cry. But I do think actually Robin is like a full adult. Just based on like how she's presented in game to me. It's in comparison, I think Pella and Lynx are maybe just becoming adults. And therefore I just cannot find it in me to responsibly rank them on the list. Same with Huo Huo. Huo Huo is actually an adult, but she is so kid like coded. I hate saying that a character is child coded because I do think that's a stupid phrase. But like I don't know, Huo Huo is not like a sexualized character, which is great. I'd rather her not be actually, so I'm not even gonna like consider her on the list. Actually, okay, you know what? I'm gonna rename this, or I'm gonna add on to this tier. This is a child slash not comfy to date. There we go. I think that is a more general statement for all the characters within this list. Some of them may be adults, like Huo Huo, or Pella, or Lynx, or even Madame Herta's puppet. But considering how they look and how they're presented in game, I will not be ranking them today. They are just off limits. Okay. Now that that's cleared up. Himiko. I think Himiko is... I don't know. Okay. You see, I really want to do this tier list because I thought it would be a fun idea, and I'm already getting my cringe on. I'm going to try and, like, push down my inner cringe about talking about this. I think Himiko is a very attractive lady. I do think the models did a good job with her. I mean, look at her. I've heard people call her dress like a wedding dress in a sense, and I really feel it. But in the same way, I also feel like she is married to the Express in a way. I've never felt like, when I look at her, I've never felt the feeling like she is an available girly. If I met her, I feel like she'd be married to the job in a sense. And that's important to me when selecting the waifu of my dreams. She's definitely not lacking in attractiveness. But availability, like emotional availability, I don't think that she's open for it. You're right, Abigail. She doesn't have to be. There is an allure in itself of characters who are not initially open to being wooed. There's definitely that is something all in itself. But for me, I do think I would want her to be at least a little bit interested, and I feel like she would not be. Here, I'm gonna pull up some of her voice lines. Let's see, something to share.
Live together. It seems like nobody ever changes. Only when they're away from each other for a long time do surprising transformations occur.
Yeah, it also doesn't help that she's kind of she's like the mother figure of the Express. Like Welt's the father figure and Himiko's the mother figure. Even though I don't ship Himiko and Welt together either, because I know about their background in the previous Honkai game.
I think Welt's anxious that he can't keep up with you youngsters. But he sure seems young at heart to me.
The voice doesn't match her right. I like her delivery in the actual cutscenes, but her interactive voices here, they're a little bit high-pitched. Very surprising she has voice lines with Herta. I did not even realize this. Oop. Oh, yes. They probably haven't recorded these voice lines yet because of the strike. I do love her ultimate voice lines.
Still don't understand. Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
That's the girl boss energy I like. Also, I'm going to raise the volume a little bit. But yeah, in general, Himiko to me, I think she is a bestie. As attractive as she would be, as attractive as she is, and as wonderful as a partner that she would be, I don't think she's emotionally available for that right now. And so, I think I'm going to place her into the bestie tier. All right. I'll say then. Next up is Welt. I know Welt has a whole subset of fans. I have run into them many a time. And I see it, you know? He's a very fine looking gentleman. And I do like that he's like... Forgive me for having a complete lack of words to describe this man. It's alright, Abigail. You don't need to have the authority for a man. I'm gonna have to bring my horrible taste to the table here for this. And I'm not gonna lie, I don't really know what to say about Well either. He is one of the few older men characters in this entire game. So he fulfills a niche. I'll definitely say that. Boring. I don't think he's boring. He has his own charm, but I fear it's an old man kind of charm. It's like the very settled down guy who like could beat you up in a minute if like he's protective. Like, I'm sorry, but this is for people with like severe father issues. Emphasis on the father. Like, not daddy. He's a father. He's a father, you know? He's basically adopted everyone on the Express, including Himiko. Like, that's his energy. And I fear, like, with that in mind, instead of being my husbando, he would just try to parent me. I don't know how comfortable I would be about that. Let me see.
My home was corroded.
Wait, that's not the
Do
one.
you know how the researching history and producing animation. Still half asleep? Don't force yourself. You should get some more rest.
You see? That's what he says immediately as he greets you. You should go get some more rest. I don't know. I appreciate him. Really sorry, Abigail, that you are forced to see what's going on with this tier list. And you know, he will also be joining Himiko in the besties tier. I really do appreciate him as a character. He's like, he and Himiko fulfill very necessary niches within the found family trope. And so they'll be besties together in this tier list. Okay, March. I think March is our OG girl, isn't she? From the very beginning, I think it's very obvious that she is definitely one of the... She is the character to sell as a waifu. Get off the game, loser, from Welt. No, he would appreciate the fact that we have such a strong interest in something.
We did it!
I do...
What we mean by no pain, no gain.
I admit, I also agree with you, Abigail, that it's really hard to classify March as more than a bestie. It's almost backfired how much time she's had with the main character. Because the more time we spend with her, the more it feels like that she's like our sister or something. Than like a real romantic... I was gonna say like romantic rival, but that doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry, my mind is all muddled. A romantic partner, per se. She doesn't have the chemistry with the main character that you would hope a romantic partner would. Yeah, she's like your best friend, your confidant, your sister. I wouldn't call her ace. Although, like, maybe. Honestly, maybe. I feel like she has, like... She might be aromantic, but I feel like she has expressed attraction. Like, for people like Jing Yuan. She's called him handsome. Like, frequently, while we were on the Luofu. Oop. I actually want to switch, so I could show off her new outfit. But she is a very pretty character, and I know that we're gonna learn more about her lore with the coming story updates. So maybe I'll change my mind with more information. Show you ignore all texting game. No, Abigail. But yeah, I mean, from the very beginning, as soon as I started the game, I knew that she was going to be kind of peddled to me as like the waifu option. I guess the most basic waifu option possible. And she's done her job. She's done the job. But she really is like more of a best friend. Here though, I'll show off some of her other materials. Because for sure you cannot avoid her being a part of one of the game's many options for waifu of choice. This is the Valentine's Day art on 2023. Very cute. And this is her art for last year's Qingxie Festival, which is the Chinese Valentine's Day. This is a really gorgeous piece of art. I really like this one. So I don't know, like, I personally would put her in bestie. But considering that I also want to think about how likely she is to be like the Trailblazers' potential like partner, I don't know. I'll put one of her in bestie. I'll put one of her in marriage material. Because she and the Trailblazer do know it's platonic. You're gonna see all these like you see this and you feel platonic vibes from this. Compared to Acheron. Look, I have my own feelings about Acheron that I'm going to talk about in length later. But I don't know. I feel like they need to push it more in game. But Marge definitely has the potential to be a real romantic interest if we had like some more like sincere moments of her that isn't just like us goofing around with her like siblings. Like, this is sibling energy. This is like, oh, we're besties and we're exchanging a Valentine. This is a real date. This is a date scenario artwork. I don't want to put her in fling because it's more than a fling for sure. So, okay, she'll go into marriage material for now, but I don't think she's getting the rose. She's not going to get the rose from me. That's for sure. She's like both. Gal pal. You know what gal pals are, Abigail. You know what gal pals are. Okay, Don Hung. I don't have his Imbibitor Lunae form. So that is something to consider. I don't... Well, when I say that, it's like I just can't show his form when I switch back to the game. So I'm going to switch back to the game, actually. And actually, now that I think about it, I wanna have them all say their voice line about the Trailblazer. Okay, Himiko doesn't even have a voice line about us.
If there's anything you need, don't hesitate to ask.
Yeah. Okay, that's hers. Well, it also doesn't have a voice line about us. I really thought they did.
As the protagonist of your own story, it's up to you to overcome and forge ahead.
You see, he's fathering us. He's parenting us. Let's grab March. Wow, I really did think that the main Astro Express crew had voice lines about the protagonists. I really remember that they did, but maybe they removed it?
You're coming with? I'm keeping score.
See, that's sibling energy right there. I'm also gonna switch her back because I never use her preservation form. I just wanted to show off her cool new outfit. Okay, Don Hong. I don't have his Imbibed or Lune form, so we can't listen to his voice line there. But Don Hong, again, one of our very first husbando options in this game. I mean, he's definitely a fan favorite. Although, like, I personally would say a pretty generic one for the husbando lovers. Okay, nothing about us here.
Tread carefully.
Yep. Again, he fits into, like, the found family sibling. Although I will say, since he's trapped with us on Amorpheus in the most recent story update, the dynamic between him and the protagonist has actually been really fun. And I've actually grown to like him a lot more than I previously had. So we're gonna watch some of the materials he has. It just occurred to me that I didn't even queue up, I did not even queue up his first introduction in the game, where he almost, like, he has...
Weren't their coordinates sent out from the space station?
Who cares? They're here and alive. Do they look like a mannequin to you?
Weak heartbeat and pulse. March, you better do CPR.
I can't believe they immediately jumped to CPR here.
I've never done it before.
Like, it's not like our heart has stopped. Do you need to do CPR? Like...
Wait, you're awake.
From this very moment, I was like, oh, I know what this game is doing.
Wait, stop it.
Gonna pause on the most, like, dramatically awkward frame of this. There we go. Bask your eyes. But yeah. This was a very fun moment. And definitely shoots him up in terms of, like, husbando points. just subjectively, having a moment like this in game is like makes you a real contender. Oh boy, let's watch his Imbibitor Lume trailer as well.
A scion of permanence.
Imbibitor Lune, successor of the Azure Dragon, commander of the clouds and the rain, tasked with watching over the ambrosial arbor. In reckless arrogance, invoked the transmutation arcanum.
Guilty of unpardonable sins. Punishable by death.
The consequences are mine to bear.
Like, do I like his dragon form? I do think it's a very cool form. I love the dragon motifs. I love his outfit. I love the chest window.
So, you now presume redemption is within your grasp.
I stand here to fight for a new life. Delve hidden moon, world-cleansing dragon.
The little chant of his attack before he attacks is kind of cringe, but I will forgive it.
I'm waiting.
You need to play more of the game, Abigail, if you want to see Fantilia, who's the boss in this trailer. Sadly, we cannot include her in the list because she is a boss and not a playable character. But yeah, I don't know. Dan Heng has grown a lot on me, even though I really hate his entire storyline. I found it really, really hard to get through. I'm so tired of hearing about the High Cloud Quintet. So tired of it. I need it to end. Oop. I closed something I should not have. Okay. But yes, he does have a White Day image. There we go. As he should. I will say this. The things that are kind of like that are negative husbando points for me maybe is his relationship with Blade, where they were definitely married before. They were 100% married in his before before he was reborn, I guess, as Dan Heng. Like his previous reincarnation, Dan Feng, was definitely married to Blade. Blade's previous form, Yang Xing, which I'm not even sure if Blade is technically still Yang Xing himself too, or if he also is technically a different person after everything. But for this case, for his Imbibitor Lune form, I'm gonna call us the side piece, honestly. With Dan Heng also being potentially marriage material after everything that's happened in Amorpheus. Okay, Silver Wolf. Don't have much to say about her. I like... I know, Abigail, that you personally hate Silver Wolf's trailer, which is called Got a Date. Here, I'll pull it up. She's a really cute character, I think. I personally, I don't know if she's exactly the type of character I would go for in terms of selecting a waifu. But I see her appeal. I see her appeal. So I think this will be a very quick one. And I also don't have her, so I can't share any voice lines. Honestly, considering how down to flirt she is, I fear she is a planetary flag. Okay, Blade. I do not have Blade as well. So we're just gonna have to watch his trailer. Do you have to hate Silverwolf? You can let your hatred go. I have actually a very embarrassing story to say about Blade. I'll wait until his trailer ends though.
Will be the last thing you see. They declare me guilty. Yet their sin is greater.
I hate the way she talks, I hate the way she walks, I hate the way she dresses. I know you would put her in the ick category. She's not an ick to me though. I'm fine with a little, like, gamer god moment. I know Blade appeals to a very certain audience of people who really like bad boy characters. Satsuke. Yes, he's like... But I have to admit, as... Okay. I'll get into like... Wait, I want to see. Any cute logo? No. Okay. I am gonna say this. I did not like Blade for a very long time. Mainly because I didn't like the High Cloud Quintet, and so he sadly fell into that category. But like Dan Hong, he has grown on me quite a lot. It didn't even occur to me that he was growing on me until like a while ago, maybe like a month ago by now. Like, I had this weird dream about Blade. Like a really down bad dream about him. And considering he might be the only character to get such a treatment from my subconscious, I'm afraid that he has to at least rise to the point of planetary flang. I also I've been reading this really good fanfic that's Blade / Stell, which really gets into like the parallels between their characters. I was like, damn, like I never even thought that this would be a good ship dynamic, but now that you put it together, like, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing the connections here. Actually, I'm gonna pull up... I'm pulling up Archive of Our Own right now. On my phone. Because... I don't want to, I don't want to accidentally show off my username on here. I'm not quite strong enough to show you guys my Archive of Our Own account. I do want to find the fic name so I can at least give it a shout out for changing my Blade hater heart, even though I had the dream before I read the fanfic. Abigail, I knew you would react like this. I knew you would react like this. And like, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry that this is just how it's gonna be. But apparently he's special to my subconscious, and therefore he deserves a good place, a good slot on this tier list. Oh boy. I'm still pulling it up. I'm pulling it up because, okay, the fic name is called Lycorius Radiata by Alison Black. And it's a very good fic. It's like they capture, like Alison Black captures the characters' voices so well. And while it relies a lot on like standard romantic tropes, so it's not exactly like an angst fest. It's very straightforward, but it's very refreshing actually when I think about Stell's character. And it's a long fic too. It's unfinished so far, but where it's ended right now, I would honestly like consider it to be a fine ending. That's like fair enough if you only like, fair enough to all the people out there who only read like FF or MM. Like FM fics, I guess like the more standard way to say that would be like MF, but FM fics, like I have to say they're usually the bottom of the barrel in terms of fandom works. I don't know what it is, but they're usually not very good. But this one was good. This one was legitimately good, so I'm giving it a shout out. You know what? I'm feeling so like edgy right now. I'm putting him into marriage material for me. I don't care. I don't care if he's a mass murderer. I don't care. He's my like chronic pain husband. He's my chronic pain husband. And he's going to remain where he is. Maybe he'll even get the rose. Who knows? Okay, we've got Asta next. FM radio, I know. Okay, Asta's a really cute one. I feel like we've never even seen her again after the very beginning of the story, which is a shame because she's a cool character. Just in terms of like the rich girl character archetype, I think you could do a lot with it. But with so many other like characters taking the spotlight recently, like we barely even go back to the Herder space station, so it makes sense we don't really get to see her. I think the last time she was of any kind of importance in the plot was when she was kidnapped. And we had to find her, and that was that. So not very much to say. I think her most obvious ship is with is with Arlen. Knock off March. You're kind of right. She does kind of give off the energy of just being like a nice girl, like March is, but with like 25% of the personality March does. And who are you talking about side piece? Like who is... Are you saying that I should put Blade in side piece? Because I refuse to do so. Even if he was technically married before he became immortal. Like, I don't care. He's mine now. But I think, okay, Asta's most obvious ship is with Arlen, which is, I'm not even sure how to classify that. Because I have a feeling it might just be Arlen's puppy dog kind of crush on her. Very strange. Yeah, not much to say about her, honestly. Not even, like, I can't even really say anything about her costume either.
Oh, the Express has been a lifeline. Time to return the favor.
Okay. Honestly, I even hesitate to put her in bestie. Like, because she's not my bestie. At most, we're like partners. Like business partners. Does she even have any Valentine's Day? No, she doesn't. Okay. You once accidentally put Asta in the team where you meant to put March. That's very rough. Blade doesn't deserve to be in side piece. Blade gets to sit in the marriage material spot with everyone else. Asta, though, I'm really sorry. I hate to do this to a girl boss. But she's going in ick for me. She just does not inspire anything in me. Not even platonic feelings. Okay. Oh boy. I think if you know me, you know how I feel about Sampo. I love him so much. I remember when I started this game and we met him on Bellabog, I was so obsessed with like, I gotta have him. I have to have him. But since he's a 4-star, it's almost, I had to just rely on luck. So I just kept pulling on Sparkle's banner. I also wanted Sparkle, but when I got Sampo as well, I was so happy. Just like, he's so smarmy. He's so slimy.
Hey, you know, with Sampo Kusky by your side, you got a businessman, chaperone, and problem-solving conversationalist all rolled into one. Pretty sweet deal, huh?
His voice actor also does like such a good job with him. It's amazing. Like he talks so over the top. I don't know. Like this is, I'm sorry to say it, but this is what's considered charming for me. I hate it. I would be one of his like scam victims for sure.
So, what's the job this time around? If you got the cash, I got the... No cash?
No cash.
Not a problem. Just say the word, pal.
Okay. I also love the fact that he canonically like has a disguise as a woman. Of Bruchal Poison. I've seen some arts of him as Bruchal Poison as well. It blows me away. He has so much, he has the range. I'm not This is just like Vanya simping the stream. I'm really sorry to say it. Like, I hate the fact that I like characters like this. I really do. I feel like so embarrassed at myself that I love this man so much. I have like so much fan art of him saved onto my phone. But he's like such an interesting character too. Like, I don't know, like I'm of the ilk that he's definitely an emanator. Definitely aha emanator. And I'm not immune to all of those fan arts of Sampo and Stell like as Aha and Akavili, since it is canonical that Aha, like, at least was slightly obsessed with Akavili while Akavili was still alive as an Eon. So, like, the parallels there, kind of crazy. But I know in my heart, look, I know in my heart what he is, okay? And he's a slime ball.
Ha ha! Always an honor to have the trailblazer by my side.
It's just, here, let me get into like a... Can't believe I'm going to this to... But like, we need to look at his... We need to look at his battle animation, like right now. Because that was also one of my huge spots of why I love him so much as a character. Here. Let me do the classic. Just so I can show off his character animations. Like, we're immediately gonna quit this as soon as I can do the show off the animations I want to show off. But look, like, it's like, and also like he's like just him as a playable character, like it, like, oh, I love him so much. I love him so much. He goes like, hee hee. You can't help but love him. You just cannot help but love him.
Beneath the waters lies an endless abyss.
To betray my customers, I charge extra.
Yeah, I love that ultimate animation. I was actually gonna slow it down, but...
Fiends or devils, I'll crush them all.
Thanks.
More
You're
business,
too
eh?
good to me.
Just, like, look at him. Look at his stupid ass, like, skill posing. Look at this. Why is he leaning back like that?
Can we bring out the hook?
But okay. I'm just gonna end that. I'm sorry to force all of y'all to look at Sampo Koski. But I really enjoy him. Okay. And you might think, okay, since you love Sampo Koski so much, he definitely should be going into, like, marriage material, right? And no. I can't do it. As much as I love him, the best he's getting in his the best he's getting is this slot. I'm not gonna fool myself in thinking that he wouldn't immediately ditch us when given the chance. So yeah, he gets to be on Planetary Fling. I can put him at the top of the tier and leave him there, and you know, that's just how things are gonna have to go. Taking a little drink at that. Okay, we move on. Japard.
I'm a captain of the Silver Main Guards. To serve the Supreme Guardian is my responsibility and my honor. Belobog is this planet's last bastion. And the Silver Mane Guards are Belobog's indestructible shield.
It doesn't help that like the limited 5-star trailers are just so boring.
This ends here. I'm here to the end. Only by becoming a shield for the people is one worthy of the title Architect. Trust must never be betrayed. Hopes must never be squandered.
Okay. I've actually...
Riding off the wall, let yourself fall into it all.
His relationship with his sisters is the cutest part about him. Yeah, and he does actually have a little White Day illustration. There you go. I'll say I would like him more if he didn't ruin my 50/50s. It used to be just that Yan Qing would ruin my 50/50s. But recently, all of the Honkai men have been, from Welt to Japard. For fairness sake, I'll look at his voice lines. Yeah, we don't even have a voice line with him. Here, I'll hear him talk about Sampo.
He's very cunning. According to leads provided by citizens, he's got his hands on a number of ancient relics.
He's gay.
He sold off most of them, but it seems he's using others to commit various frauds.
Definitely Bronya beard. You're 100% right. I read a fic of him being a beard for Bronya while she was actually having a relationship with Sela. So yeah, he definitely functions in that niche, I guess. I don't know if that inspires like ick in me, though maybe it should. You know what? Considering that I don't feel like we're even bestie materials with him, like, he is gonna go an ick. Okay, Serval. Like, I'm gonna pull her up for fairness sake, but let it be known that I know exactly where to put her already. Which is that at best, she would be a side piece. I mean, we would be the side piece for her. And at worst, we'd be besties. She's still bestie material. And she's like, I like the fact that, like, she's a rocker girl. I was gonna say that I like the fact that she's older, but I know we also have multiple other female characters filling that niche. She also has a really good character quest, but like that's the issue, is that her character quest revolves around her relationship with Cocolia.
The Cocolia I knew would sit on the roof and listen to my songs, but not the Supreme Guardian.
She and Cocolia had the messiest breakup in history, where Cocolia literally, like, stripped her of her title, I guess. Well, not title exactly. Like, basically fired her from her job as one of the architects, I believe, because Serval was researching the Stellaron, and that, of course, would eventually reveal that the Stellaron was bad news, and Cocolia could not have that. You're right, she does give older sister energy, probably because she is an older sister to Japard, who is the middle child, and really, really feels that way. I'll have to still talk about Japard. But yeah, I mean, Serval, I don't think ever got over Cocolia. And so I doubt that we would add anything to her life in that aspect. I do love playing with her though. She's a great character to have in combat, and I'm really glad she finally has like a new meta value because of the Herta. Great. Thank God. I've been building her no matter what, so having that pay off is amazing. Okay, but let's put her on the tier list. She's definitely not an ick. Yeah, she'll go for bestie. Actually, I'm gonna put March at the top of bestie. She'll sit right here. Okay, Natasha. I really like Natasha. I've been wanting to build her as a DPS for a while, but that time has not come. For her as like a waifu candidate, I'm actually not sure. She is the real leader of Wildfire. So she's like competent, she's caring, she's attractive. Her ultimate involves a really strange shot directly of her chest. Like, what more could you want? That being said, I'm not sure. One, I really dislike any outfit that has this happening. The literal slit that makes the whole skirt just like a capelet. I really dislike that. And I don't know, like, I feel like it falls under the same situation as Himiko. She's got her own stuff to worry about. She doesn't have the time for us. Looks ill? I'm not sure she looks ill, per se. I guess the red eyes kind of give her a little bit of a creepiness factor. That's a little strange. I'm fine with the stuffed animals. She doesn't give me an ick. She does not give me ick. Trying to see what would be a good voice line. Of course.
If I know Sampo, the last thing he wants is to owe you a favor. He'll think of any way possible to pay you back. The longer you leave a favor, the harder it is to calculate its value.
Yeah. She's a cool character. Not exactly my style, but she is fine. Absolutely neutral feeling about her. Honestly, this is okay. If we're neutral about her, she doesn't really sit in bestie. She's not really ick either. Do I add another? You know what? I'll put her... Okay, you know what? Since I did not even think to do a neutral tier. I'll just put her in ick. You win, Abigail. You win. She gets to get put in ick. Simply because I don't want to put her in bestie, and there's no other good spot unless I put her in murder zone, which I will not do because she's not that bad. Her boobs are moving independently of her in the idol. It's scary. Well, I don't know. There was definitely a lot of attention placed on that certain part of her model with the animators. Like, that's where the animators were focusing on. Okay, Luca. I should really learn how to do keyboard shortcuts. This is what this whole stream is teaching me today, is that I need to learn the keyboard shortcuts for OBS. This... Okay. I feel like Luca... Actually, I'm not even sure if I should have put him in, like... Maybe he's a teenager. I'm not even sure. I don't think he is. Because I think he's the same age as Sela. And I know Sela is definitely, like... Sela and Branya, I think, are definitely, like, in their early 20s. But not teenagers, from what I feel. I don't know if people will agree with me on that. If not, we can rediscuss this and, like, put them all in the child tier. That being said, Luca to me is, like, he feels too young, very honestly. He gives such a youthful energy. I don't think, like, it's my vibe. Like, if Welt skews too old, Luca definitely skews too young. I'll say this, his light cone does not make him look too young. I think this is the majority of the appeal here. Sorry to be a little weird about that, but we are talking about husbandos and waifus here. I know some people actually ship him with Sela, I guess, for the necessary FM ship.
Zila, now how can I coax her into joining the tournament? With her strength, she'll easily be crowned champion. Unless she meets me. I don't need a middleman. Plus, anyone who calls themselves tall, blue, and handsome definitely can't be trusted.
Tall, blue, and handsome. Okay. So I think I know exactly where this guy is going. Which is ick. In fact, I don't know exactly how to arrange the people talking, arrange the characters in ick. Like, is, like, being at the top of ick better than being at the bottom of ick? That's how I'm gonna say it. So top of ick is okay, and then as we go down, I'm slowly getting closer to murder zone. So if we're really talking about it, Luca is really at the bottom of ick for me. You can call me cringe all you want. This is a cringe stream. Like, we have dedicated this to be cringe. I don't even think I need to say anything about Sela and Branya. I will pull up Branya. Because I have her, and I'm very proud to have her. Oh, she does have a line with us. Sorry, just wanted to make sure.
I appreciate the help of the Astral Express.
Nice. But the real partner she has is...
Our first encounter may have been a bit of a disaster, but it was also the start of a new future. If Zila heard this, she'd probably say I was giving one of my overworld princess speeches.
They are canon. They are canon in various different universes, I think. They are canon in Honkai Impact 3rd, and they're canon here.
No showing off, Zila. Listen to my orders.
So you know where she and Sela are going. There's no way around it. At best, we are the side piece. Okay, actually, there was some art. Oh, yes. Okay, I missed several pieces of art here. So we have Serval. Very cute. And I believe Luca also has a piece of art. Yeah. See this? His wholesome puppy dog energy is certainly radiating off of this piece of art. Okay. With Rame, we're getting into like our first video here where I can just show off a little bit of how we as the player interact with the character. Because I don't know, Rame is one of those characters where if we had more interactions with her, I feel like she would be a real contender for waifu of the game.
Hello. I hope I didn't startle you. This is a work habit of mine. Using touch to open my senses and letting the details of your biological existence flood into my brain helps me understand your construction as a living organism.
I do think that the Trailblazer and Ranmei shippers are like, we lost a lot of people in the ranks after the Herta came out, and it's shown that Herta and Ranmei have such a close relationship.
Yes, I'm happy to meet you too. We've met before in the simulated universe.
And I think, isn't it canon that she's basically Arrow Ace? Like, I believe one of her lines is about how the fact that she really doesn't understand romance. Too mean to her children, so she should be put in murder zone. You're right in that. She's extremely mean to the cat cakes.
Reward you as compensation.
And she does drug us in this scene. So I truly, honestly, I didn't really understand why people shipped Ranmei and the Trailblazer together.
I see.
I guess the power of having her touch our neck in this moment was so amazing that it blocked out so much of our ability to think about exactly how this character's dynamics would play into our main characters. I don't know if I'd say that I hate her. I don't have her, so I'm not going to show off any of her lines. But yeah, I'm not a huge fan of her as the ship either. So Yeah, I think she is gonna go into the murder zone. She may be the only one who will enter there, just for, even though it's explained that she treats the cat cake so badly because she doesn't really, she's like trying to understand love. It's one of her biggest, I think, character motivations is to really understand like Eonhood, and on like a layer of that is like the relationship between an Eon and their subjects. And I feel like love does play a part in that. I think she's a very interesting character. But in terms of waifu, like, she did create a true sting, which I really hated to fight. I still hate to fight. And her treatment of the cat cakes is really, really rough. So she's probably going to sit in there. Ooh, problematic in a bad way and not a cute way, like Aggie. Who is Aggie? Do you mean Agalea? Because we will talk about her later. Yeah, Topaz. Yeah, and does Topaz have any art? Oh, yes. And the final thing for Rame here, even though we've already put her in Murder Zone, she does have Valentine's Day art. I think her blush here really sells it. Really sells this image. Plus, like, the red string of fate around us. I don't know. Honestly, like, Trailblazer and Rame, that was a pretty hefty ship for a while. It's only recently that that's died down. Okay. I also do not have Topaz. Honestly, I really liked Topaz for a solid bit. Oh, you mean Agatha Harkness. I see. I see. Okay, Topaz. I actually really liked Topaz for a while, but then her subplot kicked in with Belobog, and I realized that she was just a finance girly, and on top of that, a colonialist finance girly. And that really kind of killed a lot of my interest in her. Which I hate, because I do think that, I don't know, I really want to like the Stone Hearts, just in general. And I like Topaz's, like, strange existence as a Topaz with that's trying to make use of the system, while simultaneous, like, for good. Like, she's trying to use the system for good, while, like, having to accept the fact that the system is built to, like, churn people out, like, products. So she falls into a very weird category. And the game itself, like, doesn't want you to hate her either. It's very much like, oh, she's just doing her job, and she's just trying to do her job in the best way she can. I think the best thing I can do for her is put her in ick. I hate to say it. I hate to do this. She's pretty far down in ick. I'm not even gonna lie here. She only barely beats out Luca. Because she doesn't, like, bother me in terms of, like, attractiveness. She bothers me in terms of morals. Which is, like, so hypocritical of me, as you will see later, in terms of not liking a Stoneheart because of their morals, I fear. But I don't know, her subplot with Belobog really tried to show that her character is very complex, and it kind of worked, but at the same time it was irreparable, the damage it did to her attractiveness as a waifu for me. Not even her very, very revealing costume could save it. Okay, now we're going into the Shenzhou Laofu characters. So we're gonna start off Jing Yan.
So, have you decided yet?
Your turn, General.
Bold indeed. Kids these days. A little too naive. It is a warrior's game. Singular encounters with endless possibilities.
I mean, I get the hype for this man. He's definitely one of Hoyo's favorite characters. He's an older character, but he has been given some dedicated supports recently. And his appeal is certainly, like, he's like both a nice guy and like mysterious, which is such a killer combo for people.
Time for the master stroke.
Like, I love schemer characters. I do. But again, because I really dislike the High Cloud Quintet subplot so much, Jing Yan could not come back from that for me.
Have you memorized all that?
That and his kid keeps like terrorizing me on the 50/50s.
What? So then... Huh? General, you're stealing pieces again!
Yeah. Let's show his White Day Out artwork. Like, I know that he is like colloquially the boyfriend character. Like, he is like perfect boyfriend material. I'll say his sad backstory, but yet has still retained his like moral backbone, unlike Blade. He likes cats. He is the he is the husbando that you give to people with like not father issues but daddy issues. And he does his job well. The voice actor definitely helps in this. I don't own him myself, so I can't show off any voice lines. But I see the appeal, like, and it doesn't make me mad, even though, like, he is within a group that makes me so, like, whenever I see any of them, it reminds me of how grating it was to play through that part of the game. So yeah, he's just not up to my taste, I fear. Maybe he's a little bit too healthy and well adjusted for me. So he'll go into Ick probably around here. Like, he is more compelling than Asta. But like, just because of personal taste, like, he is with Natasha, like around the top of Ick. Okay, we have Lorcha.
The days and years pass us like the wind. But the warning before the journey still rings in my ears. Guard your road. Remember your oath. Out among the stars, the undercurrent swells beneath the tide. though I am but a traveling merchant, I too am bound by rules. That which has been lost will be reclaimed. That which is seized must be repaid.
I really don't have much to say, like, about this particular character or trailer.
Fear not.
I'll say because I fear we haven't even learned that much about him within the game. As early, like, he's one of our early characters, and we still don't know that much about him.
It's hard for a wanderer to find rest in this world. But I still need a pair of eyes to witness your promise.
And I think they even retconned, like, who's in the coffin, considering that this whole trailer is about some kind of promise he has with the inhabitant of the coffin. And I think the in-game explanation as to what's in the coffin is that it is a piece of the propagation that he and Jinglu are planning to use in their fight against Yaoshi, the Eon of Abundance. With that in mind, there is no way that he knew the person or whatever is in the coffin on a personal level and made a promise to it. I'm sure they'll find some way to justify whatever that retcon was, but I don't know. Lao Che himself is just confusing. He's a confusing character, and therefore, like, he inspires nearly nothing in me. He's fine enough, like, on a aesthetic level. He's gonna join Japard. And, okay, I'll show off his White Day artwork. Abigail, you've just been saying ew and ick in the chat. I'm so sorry to, like, push all these blonde men upon you so quickly. There you go. He gets to join all the other blondies. Actually, let's see, like... Yeah, so far, all of the blonde men we've encountered have been put in the ick zone. Okay. Now we get to Qingque and Fushuan. Finally, I can go back to my account to actually look at the characters. I don't have Fushuan, but I do have Qingque. She's a real cutie. I like her slacker personality. It's kind of refreshing with so many, like, really ambitious characters in the story to have a character like her. Just doing a little check. Yes.
Hey, you're here too. Let's get this game going.
Very fun. But I do ship her with Fushuan.
As soon as I have free time, the Master Diviner immediately appears and gives me mundane jobs to do. It looks like I need to work on time management more.
You can debate me all you want about whether this ship has any real, like, canon standing. I'm just gonna say that most of their materials and, like, when they show up in game, they usually show up with each other. Or they mention each other when they show up in game. So I just think it's more fun to ship them together.
Weird. How'd the Master Diviner figure out I'd be here?
It's a shame that they don't have very good fan fiction from what I found so far. I haven't really searched that hard. But I don't really like serious fanfics too much. At least in the beginning when I'm getting into a ship. I like to ease into it with some nice like fics that really explore some of like the unique dynamics between the characters. The best one I found between Qingque and Fushuan was one where Fushuan divines her love life and encounters that Qingque is just tied to it. It's hilarious fic. I just really want more of it. But I have not found a fic that scratched that same itch like that one. Actually, since I called at the last fic I did with that, I should also do it with this one as well. So I'm pulling it up. But yeah, we are making progress. Although I fear I have been here for nearly 2 hours now, and we are not close to the end. And we're only going to start to talk more as it continues. Okay, so the fic is called Soulmates, and it's by an anonymous creator on Archive of Our Own. To help narrow it down, it was published on July 4th in 2023. So please give that one a read. That one was really fun. It's a really fun fic. Okay. But since we're here to do a tier list, I won't lag anymore. I'm going to say that we are the side piece. Yeah, no problem, Abigail. Okay, Yukong. Oh. Okay. Had to take in a breath right there. Okay, Yukong. Not really a character I spend much thinking about. I played through her character story, and it was very touching. And I'm still of the thought that her storyline with her daughter, like her daughter, I think it was supposed to be Ting Yan, and I would have really rathered.
So long.
I would have rathered her daughter be Ting Yan than an NPC. Although they probably had their reasons for it. And if I'm going to be honest, it didn't really hurt the story too much. Knowing where Ting Yan's character went in the story, her being Fushuan's daughter, not Fushuan's, Yukong's daughter, probably would have made things a little bit too complicated. I noticed like how her ears like slightly droop in that animation. But okay, her as a waifu, I'll say it. Her costume is one of the worst ones in game. I really like the inclusion of like the wings of the kite in her outfit. I think that's great. But this, like, it's just not covering enough. I know the female characters really play fast and loose with it in their outfits, but this really takes the cake. And like, the worst part is it just doesn't fit with her character for her to be wearing so little. So, I don't know. It gives me the ick. So I'm sorry to Yukong, because she is actually a great character with some great moments within the actual game. But it will not work out for us this Valentine's Day. It's not as bad as some of the other characters. It probably is like right here with the general. Okay, I'm gonna count for this Ting Yan and Fugue as the same person. Even though I know that it has been confirmed that the Ting Yan that we saw in game was just Fantilia in disguise, like the whole time. So maybe I should just count this as Fantilia? No. I don't think so. I think I'll... I don't know. I'm second guessing myself now with this tier list. Okay. I'll talk about how she was portrayed with this version of her character and rank her accordingly. I'll speak a little bit about Fugue as herself afterwards. It occurred to me that I completely missed that Fu Xuan was the first character to get a Xingxi art. This is a really pretty photo of her. I really love like the lanterns. There's just like, I feel like this holiday really does get the best art. I know we've only had 2 so far, but I'm really excited to see what this year has in store. It's probably going to be another Luofu character. So I can't like hold out too much hope for someone like Kafka, but I would love to see Kafka like with one of these like pieces of art. Okay. Oh yeah. And I completely missed that Qingxie also has her own Valentine's Day art. This is super cute. And the Mahjong chocolates. Really adorable. Okay. Just making sure. Oh, no wait, I did show this one. Okay, yeah, I've almost showed all of these ones. Okay. So Ting Yan. I think it's very hard to evaluate her. Like this version of her character. Considering my initial impressions of her came from a different voice actress. And those impressions were that she really did not want to hang out with us at all. Which was a really fun part of her character, I'll be honest. Like that she had her customer service voice on the whole time we were hanging out. And it made me really confused as to how people got so enamored with her character so fast, considering that it felt like she was always putting on like a farce with us, even though it did turn out to be Fantilia as well. But like, if that's one layer of farce, and like on top of that was also the person who like you're their responsibility and they actually have no desire to be around you at all. I agree that her new voice actress kind of gives her a completely different tone. it makes her a little bit more sincere with her interactions with the Astral Express.
Where are you going? Please take me with you.
Yeah, like, the delivery of this, I think, is very different from the past delivery. Actually, let me pull up a, oh my god, was I not even... I wasn't even showing her character the whole time I was talking about it. My bad. Oof, I may have to take a break a little bit in a little bit, but... Okay. This is what I get for not having 2 monitors. I just kind of have to hope that I'm actually showing the right screen. Okay. Okay.
Cool it. Cool it.
Specifically want not her combat, but just the way that she delivers her. Yeah, I guess there's no comparison, but here's her old voice.
My name is Ting Yu, the ambassador for the Lawfu Skyfaring Commission Merchant Guild. Please look after me from now on, benefactor. Where are you going? Please take me with you.
Yeah, she's a little bit more lilting in her delivery. I'm not gonna say whether that was... I'm not gonna say whether that was a I guess I'm struggling to say, like, if that was a good decision or a bad decision. I don't think that's any critique that's worthwhile saying right now, but basically a version of her character that I encountered is different from the version that remains in the game. So her appeal to me was very much of a of kind of like a disgruntled customer service worker, which was fun, but not what I personally, not my personal waifu material. But I know so many people loved her, which was like crazy to me. And I feel like that love, like especially now, like now that that kind of undertone is gone, it makes her character even less unique to me, which is my own taste. I fear I don't want to put blame on the voice actress for this. Oh yeah, the bot came in the chat and it was like talking about like buying viewers or something, kind of silly things like that. So I banned it. But long story short, I'm gonna put Ting in the ick no matter what. Like, her first variation, like the first interpretation of her by her first voice actress was already an ick. And the second interpretation is now further an ick, simply because she's become more bland to me. Here. Do feel bad not at least doing... Okay, we don't have any voice lines of her anyway. Okay. Yeah, and I forgot if I said it, but welcome back, Abigail. I think who did I put in? I put in Xingqie and Fushuan for we're the side piece because I ship the two together. And I put Dear Yukong and Ick simply because she doesn't inspire anything in me. And there will go Tingyan as well. A little bit further down too. Probably with Lucha. Fugue like suffers exactly the same thing for me because I didn't particularly like her initial introduction. Fugue is just like a slightly different version of her with a more interesting plot to follow. But in the end, like again, just not my personal waifu. Okay, Hanya. It really surprises me though that Tingyan never got a Valentine's Day art. Feels like she would be one of the characters who would get one. Okay. I think Hanya's really cool looking. Like, I really like these feathers that kind of look like horns. The outfit itself is not my favorite. But yeah, I love her eyes and I love the coloring. Like, specifically everything like above the neck, the shoulder level. If you're wondering who Fugue is like a another version of Tingyan. Like, after Tingyan gets, like, this is a slight spoiler, but well, if you're here, get ready for spoilers anyway.
Is Sister calling me? Maybe not.
Pink hair girl? Yes, I did Fushuan. I ship Fushuan and Xingqie together. So I would be their side piece. I'd be their third. Why would Hanya be your ick? I personally, like, I'm fine with Hanya. Then again, like, with that kind of, like, breathy response to it, I probably will just, that probably puts her in ick for me. Wait, Fushuan is ick for you, Abigail? That's kind of sad to me. I like Fushuan. Simply because of her dynamic with Xingqie. I think they're both pretty cute together. Hanya, yeah. Like, that's the thing. I don't really know what to say about Hanya. She has a very tragic backstory with her sister. But she's such a side character. It really is the case. She does not really have any particular character arc that we're following in the game. So it's really easy to forget about her. Unless you're a really dedicated stan. And while we're here, we'll also look at Shui, who is her sister. She's an Arumnaton, or like her soul is inhabiting an Arumnaton. It's very cool. I do like the concept of her character. I love android characters in general, so she kind of fits. together. I don't know. Is it weird for me to consider these two at the same time for my waifu tier list? Maybe a little bit, because it's it's not like so Hanya is like Natasha but not creepy. That's an interesting thing to say. I think she definitely is supposed to give off a creepy vibe more than Natasha is. Like, Hanya is really beautiful. Okay, I'd say like for beauty alone, maybe a fling, because she does have a really unique design. I will say that. It's kind of, it's so sad that she as a character is not utilized more. Like, on paper, I should like Shui Yi more, actually. I wish Shui Yi had her like similar hair color to Hanya, although I think that they probably had her have this like black bob cut to differentiate her from her sister more. Actually, yeah. You have convinced me, Abigail. I think Hanya does deserve to at least be put into a fling category. While her sister is at the top of ick, not because I actually feel icky feelings. But like, as much as I love like a robot characters, I don't know. She just doesn't do it for me. Maybe is the generic answer I'll have to give here, because I don't really have much to say about her. Su Shuang. Actually, wait, really quickly. No, they don't have any Valentine's Day art either, which is kind of sad. Okay, we're slow. We're churning through the Shinzo Lafu characters. We can make it. I still feel bad for putting Shui Yi Nick, because I do like her as a character. She just doesn't have any romantic appeal for me. Sis is boring. I don't think she's actually boring as a character, but I do admit her character is kind of reliant upon Hanya, and other, like, people could also argue the other way around, is that Hanya's character is reliant upon Shui Yi. But since I do think Hanya has a more interesting design, she kind of wins it in this round. Okay, Su Shuang. She's the one 4-star I do not have, so as much as I would like to look at her lines, we cannot. As the one that got away, she kind of like, she holds a very special place in my heart, which is of longing for the time where I can actually use her in combat. Even though she's probably useless to me, as her niche is fulfilled by Boot Hill, I think. Speaking of her in game, she's a very fun character, and I think her, like, she would be in Bestie, even though she currently is hiding from me in every single pull that I do. One day she will be a part of my roster, and for now she's going to be part of Bestie, although she would be an ick if she continues to evade me for so long. Gwen fan. Let me see here. I really like Gwenifen's character as part of the like Ghost Squad with Sushan, the Trailblazer, and Huohuo. Like, if the Astral Express is our found family, like that, like the ghost hunting crew is our best friend group. So of course, like along with Sushuang, I should probably put Gwenifen and Bestie as well, and that's where I'm leaning towards. Also, if you're gonna ship Gwenifen with anyone, it would probably be with Sushuan, since they are like canonically best friends and do everything together.
Did you check out my latest live stream? It was a showstopper.
Oh, yeah, there was some questioning about whether Su Shuang and Gwenifen were teens. I think it was cleared up that Su Shuang is a young adult, but is not a teen. But yeah, the questions about the Honkai Star Rail ages, they continue to haunt me. Too orange. She is very, very orange. I really do like her like street performer shtick. I think it's a very fun character type. And I honestly do see her appeal as a waifu. She's like that. She's like the bright, bubbly type, but more mature than March in a sense. I've never noticed that she has that little bow here, like right with her gong. Very interesting. Okay, but I'm gonna put her in the bestie tier, because if we're talking like waifu material with the Trailblazer, they're definitely just friends, but close friends. Okay. Jingliu. Finally, our last character from this ship. Cringe. Again, this is a cringe stream. I fear I'm like gonna be so... I think I'm gonna like post this on the channel unlisted, honestly, because this is such a cringe stream. But back to business. Jingliu, last member of the High Cloud Quintet to cover, and as such, like I'm so sorry to Daisha, who is Abigail's and I mutual friend. Well, trying to say mutual, our friend. I'm sorry, Daisha. Jingyu is, I believe, her waifu. But she's not my waifu. I have to just immediately put her somewhere here in Ick. She's not too far down in Ick for sure. But simply due to the fact that she is part of the High Cloud Quintet, I cannot stand it. I don't want to be reminded of that part in the story anymore. I have read a fanfic that is like trying to persuade me to like that part of the story, and it's working its magic, but I'm not quite there yet still. Okay, finally we're getting to like some of the Penacony characters. Okay. Argenti.
We stand against ill repute. We champion our renown. Blindly, longingly, devoutly. The beauty is universal. She is within our grasp and beyond the expanse of the cosmos. Argenti of the Honor Class swears to you. The beauty is eternal.
I think this is the old voice actor too, and I miss him so much.
Legend tells of a lone beast deep in the stars called the Omen of Evil. It has scales tough as armor, minions keen and powerful, but it has a knight's spear lodged in its bones. On the land at the end of the universe.
Fighting monsters, I can do that too.
It seems that you also have the qualifications of a knight. But forgive me. For here, we must part ways. It is my fate to cross the stars alone. My faith is unbreakable. The darkness...
I've heard... I also want to talk over it because I love the voice actor so much.
Till I draw my last breath. For Trilla.
What's happening?
Until I see that light once more, I shall protect beauty everywhere. See you again, somewhere in the universe.
So, what was he doing here again?
He was a king with the old voice. I've heard a fan describe him as if a man and a woman had a child, which is such a funny thing to say, but I understand what they meant. You know, he has like such masculine and feminine energy at the same time. It's truly amazing. He would marry Plant. The thing is, like, he would marry anyone from the vibes of it, except like if it came in between him and his duty towards Adrilla. Like, that's the problem. Like, he is... he probably would be, like, such good boyfriend material. I'm not even gonna lie. And I love him. I love his character so much. Even with the new voice actor, like, that doesn't really change the fact that I really like his character. Here we go. We'll listen to some of his new voice. Yeah, about us. Let's hear it.
Your inherent qualities are as beguiling and engaging now as they were on the day we first met. To stand side by side with a noble soul like you, dear friend, is a great honor.
Like, what can you say? He's literally a knight in shining armor. It's impossible to, it just is impossible to compete with someone like that, I guess, in terms of appeal. So... as contrived as it is, even though I know that we're probably nothing special to Argenti, you know, the main character, like, he's such a loving person that I know we are nothing special, basically, but he is going up here in marriage material. This is feeling very, skewed, because I know that we've got, like, men are really crowding in on this tier right now. Okay. Next is someone who is very near and dear to my heart.
Jade, spokesperson for the
Himiko lesbian ally.
This is a big deal, cowboy. Of course, it'll be dangerous. How big? IPC big enough.
I love this trailer so much. Oh my god.
Dangerous? Well, Butch.
Dangerous for who? I love him so much, Space Cowboy.
Bring it on, baby.
of course, he's one of the he's the first 5-star I've ever bothered to pull for their limited light cone, and that just like opened the floodgates to me spending on the light cone every single time there's a limited banner.
Here, I'll give you a chance. Aim here. Just kidding.
I also love the cameos in this trailer. Like, you see Topaz and Aventurine, of course Jade.
That's the forking spirit. When it's time to shoot, quit yapping.
The details of him, like, eating bullets as snacks and then, like, spitting them out when he needs them. So good. He, like, fulfills that need for me to love, like, an android character. He fulfills a need for me to love a cowboy character. He, like, is exactly what I want.
Your bounty is complete. How would you like to land?
Good question.
And he's also just, like, so silly. He's so silly goofy. He is so silly goofy. And it's just, it's irresistible. The silly goofiness of him all.
Jade, spokesperson for the IPC Strategic Investment Department, responded with,
This is a big deal, cowboy. Of course, it'll be dangerous.
Like, I'm just playing to the part where he sees all of the wanted posters for the IPC. Yeah, I love the fact that they're there. I see Sam's wanted posters here too, which is very, like, that's cool. That's something you don't really see on the first watch. I love this photo of Aventurine. Just like the way this trailer is edited too, it just like tickles my brain.
Dangerous? Well, fudge. Dangerous for who?
His outfit is also so like, he's wearing such a skimpy ass outfit. It's so like, I love him so much. He just scratches so many different needs in me. Trying to get to the parts where he's running through the blimp. Yeah, so there's Topaz and Numby. He literally, Aventurine was playing pool, it seems. And then he's here. I think there's like a little flash right here. That might just be an IPC grunt. Of course, Jade just flew by and then he doubles back to see her. Such a good trailer. Such a good trailer. And what a character too. I'm so sad that they didn't give him more to do in Penacony, and I just know that he's gonna have his time in the sun. Like, technically he did with Rappa's introduction. Like, he had a whole subplot in that where we got to see a little bit of his background. But golly, like, everything about him just makes me lose my mind, you know? I think obvious ships, just to talk about shipping a little bit, is him and Argenti. They have formed like a strange like knight cowboy pair and have been paired together a lot with Hoyo marketing. But I'm gonna vouch for him and Dan Hong, considering they had some like a really funny dynamic when he was originally introduced, and I feel like that has like gone off in the background as people care more about him and Argenti together. And you know what? That's fair. That's fair. Him and Argenti are both characters that didn't originally have someone to play off of. And now do with each other. Okay. Here, I'll play his...
Funny how fate works. We crossed paths before. Finding someone in this vast universe with such similar tastes ain't easy, you know. Both of us clad in silver, both packing heat. The cherry on top, we're both oozing with righteousness.
And the voice actor does such an amazing job. Like, just a general kudos to all the voice actors in Honkai Star Rail. Even the ones that I've given my critiques of about their, like, their interpretations of characters. Even so, they all do, like, such a good job. Okay, and now this is the hard part, which is when I have to think about where he lands on the tier list. And you know what? Like, if I was speaking from my heart, he would already have the rose. He'd already have the rose of the night. But if I'm going to be honest with myself, I think the best we could even get is if there was, like, a fling situation happening. Like, I don't think he's the type to settle down. And I do think, like, the whole point of his character is to enact revenge upon the IPC for what happened to his planet. And after that, like, who knows? But I don't know. Like, you could really give the same argument to Argenti as well, but I don't know. I think it's easier to say that like Argenti, like, at least it's like he's already like he's like, I feel like such a hypocrite. I feel like such a hypocrite for putting Boot Hill here. So you know what? I'm putting him where in my heart I need him to be. Like, even above this. Like, he is right here for me. Okay. I need to do that for my own sake. And it occurs to me, I keep forgetting to show off characters' arts. But the final male White Day art was Argenti. Really, really great. Okay. Now I'm done gushing about him. We have Gallagher. No, I don't want to, like, I know in my heart of hearts that the best that could probably happen between Boot Hill and, like, in-universe, like, between Boot Hill and, like, Your Name Here or the Trailblazer is Fling. But he's, like, marriage material in my heart. In my heart, he has to stay there. I know this is biased, but it's my tier list, so that's where he's gonna be. That's where he's gonna be, and he's gonna like it. Wait, okay, yes. Gallagher. Now, Abigail, I remember that you really liked Gallagher for a little bit. Just because his combat involves opening a can of soda. You can't say that Boot Hill is boring. No matter what, I don't think you could ever say Boot Hill is boring with, like Like, he's not boring. I think Gallagher is pretty unique in that he like rests in that uneasy area for Hoyo of being older than the majority of the male characters, but younger than someone like Welt, who's like the father figure. So he's definitely like, he might be like the only like older man husbando possibility here. And I really like him. I really like that when he runs, even though it's really hard to tell, unless you look at photos, that he has like these little paw prints on the bottom of his shoes, you know, to show that he's a bloodhound for the family. I love his bartender niche. Very fun. He has a very like just the way he's dressed is really interesting. I don't know, like, of course I'm going to discount the ending to his character in which he basically dies. If he were not dead, I think he would be a really good fling, which would be it.
Show me some of that trailblazing strength again.
Mm-hmm. Gallagher's not boring. He's not boring. He's a rustic. I don't know why I still have any sense of decency or dignity left in me, but I'll just say, like, I get it. Like, I get the girlies who swoon over this guy. I really do get it. I just don't want to say too much right now. So I'm just gonna very quickly put him on the tier list and let it be. Okay, Robin. I think Robin is a really interesting one. I think she's simultaneously too emotionally distant to be a true waifu. Like, I feel like that just comes with being an idol, is like you're an ideal, but you're not really an entire, like, you're not really emotionally available per se. Like, isn't that part of the appeal? Is that she is kind of beholden to the fact that she has this persona and therefore it cannot be as close to you as perhaps she would like to be. Here. I have the concert animated commercial to show off for this because it involves a scene between her and Kalis. Of course, we can see some of the other characters, which is fun too. Anything Kafka is in looks amazing. Oh my god, Aventurine, Aventurine! Aventurine is 3 cat cakes. I love it so much. This scene between Robin and Kalis really boosted the Robin trailblazer ship. Amazing. I love Argenti on the drums. I don't know why. Like, I never even thought about it before, but it really does fit him. Yeah, this little commercial for the Star World Live concert really has it all. Like, you want Kafka? You want Kafka moment? I'll give you Kafka moment. You want a Venturine moment? I'll give you a Venturine moment. Something for the waifu and husbando lovers. I can't believe I even forgot that Aventurine had such a momentous fandom making moment here with his 3 cat cakes becoming canon. But yeah, that little part in itself, I feel like boosts Robin's waifu appeal to me. I don't know. Like, she does like sneak out to hang out with the Trailblazer at times. That's very cute. That being said, I don't know if she would be particularly like... Yeah, I don't see like either the Trailblazer bringing up marriage or like her bringing up marriage either. She's definitely a way better fling than everyone else here. But it definitely feels like something that if both of them are available to hang out, they will. And it's very cute. But I don't see it becoming anything particularly serious. Because, like, aren't idols, or like the type of idol that she is, like, in universe, are they not, like, they're supposed to be, like, always available, right? So it's like a secret relationship. I know that has its own appeal in itself as well, but again, like, it doesn't exactly put itself into marriage material right there. Okay, Sparkle. I don't even think I have to explain why Sparkle wouldn't be marriage material. Here, I'll pull her up. She is one of my favorites, though. I do love her. No matter how much mischief she gets into, I think she's a very fun character. Even though she had a little scuffle with Aventurine that was definitely more targeted than it really should have been.
He's quite the entertaining one, and dependable when it comes to handling matters. The only thing with this guy is, he's got a line he won't cross. Having limitations always kills the vibe.
Mm-hmm. Like, something that we get to know about Sparkle's character is that she is, like, incredibly lonely, which is why she's so attention-seeking. Which I think is a really interesting part of her.
I promise you won't be bored with me. Can you say the same?
Again, she's like an edgelord. She's similar to Silverwolf, I feel like, in waifu appeal, and that they're both kind of edgy people. But Silverwolf at least has the laid back kind of attitude to pair with it, while Sparkle is much more of a grating, annoying person. Like, because as much talk as she gives, like, within the game itself, like, I think it's clear that she is the one who's more upset or scared of being ignored than you would be if you guys ever got into like a relationship. That being said, I think she's the first one in which comes a weird thing of like, even like putting her in this category itself is already a dangerous situation and probably should not happen. But also, if she asks, like, I wouldn't say no either. So I'll maybe put her at the bottom here. Like, she and Sampo, like, I don't know what it is with Masked Fools for me. They're one of my weaknesses. Like, many other weaknesses in this game, as you can see up here. But the Masked Fools in general are, like, weaknesses of mine. And apparently the Stellaron Hunters, too. Ooh. Okay, Black Swan. It hurts me to say this, but I feel like her appeal for me went down the more I finally got a chance to really look at her and play with her. Simply because at the beginning, when she first was announced, I was like so obsessed with trying to get her on my roster, and I lost. Like, I believe I lost my 50-50 to her. Or I gave up before I even hit the 50-50 because I was
to be different again.
Or I gave up before I even hit my 50-50 because I was a brand new player and I didn't really understand how the pity system worked. So I just kind of put all my jades in and I just hoped.
To be different again.
I just kind of hoped that I would get her. You're right. Abigail, you're right with what you just said, but I'm just going to continue really quickly with, like, just, I really wanted her. I did not get her on her first run. I was super upset. And she became, like, the white whale for me to get afterwards. And when I finally got her, like, I was so happy because I got her with Kafka. So they worked really well together. But then it, like, just became, like, undeniable to me that I really don't like how they handled her costume. It's just, like, there's nothing covering here, and it's kind of bothering me in a way that I didn't realize I would be so bothered by after a while. But it does bother me a lot, actually, because I feel like her as a character is so austere and so mysterious, and then this outfit kind of almost kills it. It kills the vibe. I do like her animation with Acheron. I think it's a beautiful piece of animation. Actually, let me pull it up. Always up to watch.
The remembrance is no different than the sea. Never gaze upon its surface on a starless night. Waiting for someone. Then, how about a dance?
I'll say this. I love this animation. I wish the outfits they were wearing in their light cone were the ones that were animated here. Although I don't object to the fact that they're wearing their in-game costumes either.
Initiate our first engagement. A galaxy ranger, as mysterious as the rumors suggest. A blend of nobility and reticence. Yet, in this nocturnal hunt, the ranger is not the only one who hunts. At this distance, you're more enchanting than you seem. Without a doubt.
I love the fact that Black Swan is leading at first. Of course, with the dynamics shifting.
But memories do not. Just keeps on getting better, doesn't it? Everyone.
The fact that they got away with doing this animation in the first place like astounds me.
Some people hold on to memories, while others are haunted.
I love how Black Swan kind of looks away from Acheron to stare at the constellations of memories around them.
I want to know what she is.
It's not straight. Like, it's just not. That's why I'm so astounded that this even exists.
The IPC, the Garden of Recollection, Fools, the Nameless, and the Annihilation Gang. They should have been present, but Duke Inferno is dead. He and his children won't be attending. What have you done, beautiful ranger?
I love that, and that's Duke Inferno's eyepiece.
Are you asking me?
That is such a cool movement, where she like flips her body. Like,
Who are the Annihilation Gang?
this is like such like the more like especially after you finish the
Lingered on her for quite a while. And tonight is our final engagement.
like after you finish the story too, like this is such a good piece of work about the two characters.
I've made a grave mistake.
Maybe my favorite piece of animation from Hoyo.
Has a past. But for some, their past is a silent abyss. Filled with those who
So
drowned in
cool.
it. Annihilation Gang. Annihilation Gang. Oh. Those guys.
Oh yeah. Thank you for bringing that up, Abigail. You're right in that we had to watch it to really assess Black Swan as a waifu, and you're right. No matter what, we are the side piece here. I'm not putting Acheron down yet because I have a whole thing about that. But at least for Black Swan, like, no, we have no chance against Acheron. Oh no. Jade. Just checking here. Yeah, still nothing. I'm like blown away by that piece of animation so much. Okay. Just trying to push through here because I feel like I'm running out of time to talk. I'd rather not go all the way till midnight on my time for this. So Jade. As much as I'd like to say she would be an ick, because I put Topaz in ick, the fact that Jade doesn't have like the same like veneer of niceness about her makes her a lot better to me. So she would work as a fling. Plus, of course, step on me, you know, moment. Lingsha, I don't have her as well. And I have no real feelings about her. So she will go somewhere around here. Like around right here. Like around indifference area. Because yeah, we don't really get to see much of her character in story either. And she is a little bit intriguing because we get hints of her backstory, but nothing we really dive into. She would murder us, positive. Yeah, exactly, Abigail. Like, that's the appeal. Like, it's at least not like double-faced, kind of like I'm not saying that Topaz is like two-faced either, because I know she's just trying to do her job, but like, there's something about a woman being entirely herself that just is, you know, chef's kiss. Fei Xiao, really compelling character. I loved her storyline. I don't have her, sadly, even though I would have liked to pull her. I just didn't have the resources. That being said, I think she's more of a bestie, in my opinion. Like somewhere like right here, since we don't really know her very well as the main character, but I fear she's like she's very bestie material. I just nothing more to say about that. Oh my god, and I forgot to show off Sparkle's Valentine's Day art. This is fun. I like how she has her little fish as a button on her candy. And she would definitely be one of the characters who would give Valentine's Day candies to the main character. It's in character for her. Jiao Cho. Why is Fei Xiao an ick for you? I feel like she's a pretty cool character. I personally like wouldn't count her as my waifu.
Fragrance. As the saying goes, food is medicine. Cooking is akin to making medicine. Eat freely and don't hold back. Please, Do me the honor of tasting and offering your thoughts.
It's so fancy. What benefits could this steak possibly
The fact they use like real food in this trailer makes me so hungry.
Allow you to run faster and jump higher.
Is that so? Then I'll have another plate.
Eat to your heart's content. This is just a small matter.
No need to put on an act. What about this hot pot?
Well, while it might come off as a bit arrogant, when it comes to healing, it's quite effective for treating a great assortment of pains. Limb paralysis, insomnia, and overactive dreams. It indeed has miraculous effects.
I love this trailer so much for the different, like, the mixed media effects. And his ultimate animation, yes. Hoyo knows that's why I pulled for him.
The main course is done. Would you like some dessert?
Wow, is this edible? Delicious!
A cute little moment to end it off on, despite the fact that most of that trailer was an implication that he hunts and kills Borison to cook. I love Jiaoqiu so much. He was the real star of Fei Xiao's character story arc, since he's basically the thing holding it together. So for that, yeah, you know where I'm putting him. I know I am being so biased right now, but this is my list. I feel so bad that right now March is the only girl, the only one holding the fort down in the marriage material tier. Yeah, I guess I wish Fei Xiao had animations that emphasize that she was, I don't know, muscular. Like, they gave her a very slender build despite being like a very, like, a warrior. She is a warrior, and a lot of her appeal is the fact that she can, like, she has that raw power and strength. Like, this is different from Jinglu's appeal, because Jinglu is very much like an elegant swords master, but Fei Xiao's supposed to be about, like, raw power. So I really wanted her to be a little more muscular. And they kind of dropped the ball on that with her animations and her general, like, build for her model. Nothing that can be helped now. I still think she's a great character. So for me, she sits in the bestie tier, because I just like her. I want to see more of her, like, genuinely, in the story. I just love just love Jiaoqiu. So he gets to go into the you know who gets Rose, though. Do I? Do I, Abigail? Do I know who gets Rose? We all know. I don't know if we all know. Who knows, though? Look at all these fine candidates so far. Just for this, just to see him, let me look at him. Let me look at my guy.
With your skills, we'll get out of this in one piece. Right?
Okay. Okay, so Mozi. He is another character to go along with Fei Xiao and Jiaoqiu. And he's really fun. Like, he's like a grumpy, emo assassin character who loves cleaning. Very much like a charming side character. I don't really have much to say about him. Yep, I know. Well, we'll see. We will see, you know. Abigail, I might just end up surprising you. But Mozi, like, here, I'll show him on screen. Because as a 4-star, he never got a trailer.
Rest assured, in your time of need, I will be there.
Like, I like him. Ideally, I like him. Like, as a concept, I like him. In execution, I'm fine. Like, he's cool. And he does have a really nice light cone. Here, I will show. I like this light cone a lot. Okay, but otherwise, I'd say I don't have much to say in his favor. I don't even know if I'd put him in the bestie tier, so he'll have to stick it in ick. Even though I wouldn't say no to a fling either, but it's not inspiring. He's not inspiring enough that I think I would even bring it up, you know? No. Okay, Rappa. I don't have Rappa, and she actually just got Valentine's Day art, so let's look at that. The one, like, Rappa's very cool and cute. She's a Galaxy Ranger, and she kind of acts like Boot Hill's, like, apprentice or daughter, you could say. And her main shtick, which is that she's, like, brain rotted, and speaks in nonsense all the time, doesn't really help me, doesn't really endear herself to me, as well as her, like, rapping. I really dislike fictional characters who rap. It's usually, like, a recipe for cringe, and the type of cringe I just cannot stand by. And she's no exception. It doesn't help, like, on top of that, it does not help that her storyline that we were all forced to play through was so bad. It was it was like the worst Honkai story update we've had in a while. So while I would like to like her, she very clearly goes into the ick tier. Like, very solidly, like, maybe right here. It's a pretty low. She is cute, but if you played her in game, like, she's just so annoying. She's so annoying to me. I feel bad because she does have a tragic backstory, but since we have so many tragic backstories in Honkai Star Rail, it's not enough. It's not enough for me. Herda. Of course, she's who I've pulled for recently, so I do have a bias right now for her. I do love characters who are just... they just have such a huge ego. The Naruto Killer Bee slander. I'm sorry. I can't help it. I can't help it. Okay. Wait.
You always manage to pull out something new every time I'm on the verge of losing interest in you. Are you doing that on purpose? Maybe. Well, just maybe. You know what makes me tick?
This is a crazy line to have. That being said, she kind of acts like me, less of like a waifu and more of an idol. I'm not going to lie. I think her relationship with Rame is honestly really cute. And so at best, I'm a side piece to her and Rame, and at worst, I'm a side piece to her and Noose and the search of knowledge itself. Like, I have no delusions that she would actually care about us in the long term. There she goes. Okay. Quickly, before we even know anything about, well, I know about Agalea. We've been playing through the Morpheus storyline, so we do know about Agalea and Castoris. Okay, Agalea. She doesn't like us. So if anything, the ick is solely on her end. Kind of interesting. I feel like she's the first character to truly dislike the main character in such a way that I feel it, like, in my heart. So because of that, I fear that she has to be at the very end, because I know she would never let us, like, even approach her. Let's see here. Castoris is very sweet. I've heard people starting to say that she's supposed to be like Firefly 2.0, which of course we're going to get to Firefly soon. But okay, Firefly 2.0 does not give me a lot of hope for her as a character. She seems very much like a pushover. And I'm sure her arc will probably be that she has to learn how to speak up for herself. And, you know, I don't know, that doesn't inspire very much in me as well. So she also goes in here. Probably about right here. Midi, who's like a Spartan prince. Very hunky guy. But not much more than that right now, since I don't know very much about him. So he gets to sit right here. I see that Finon is not here, but I guess that's because he's not announced to be playable yet. I have no idea who this guy is. I have not even met him in the story. So he will sit about right here. Okay. No, I don't even think she would use us for personal gain, Abigail. I know you're talking about Agalea. She wouldn't. She wouldn't even dang to touch us. We're too, like, mindless, like, idiots for her to even think about being our Valentine. She is literally the demigod of romance, and she wouldn't touch us. It's kind of sad. Okay. Y'all know what it is. Y'all know exactly what I'm going to do, which is we're going to watch Dr. Reishu's trailer, and then we're going to immediately watch Aventurines.
Within the Intelligentsia Guild there is a figure. Exceptional.
I love you, Dr. Reishu, so much.
Luminary, whose every action radiates a quiet.
The bathtub. The bathtub.
I am Veritas Ratio, a scholar and educator. Should your mind exhibit symptoms of dullness, feel free to give the doctor a call. You learn to know yourself before your enemy, but it can still require encouragement. 0 points, 0 points. Next. Is that all?
I tell you, I have so many feelings about this man.
Copying others rarely leads to improved results. Let's test your knowledge. No need to rush.
Patience breeds success.
Just as my calculations predicted.
I mean, I tell you, the levels of simphood I've gone to for this man are kind of incredible. They're incredible and kind of scary. I have tried to become a bath girly for ratio. Sadly, I don't think I'm
The chance to make a 2000% return.
I'm in the right
Risked losing
stage of my life to become someone who lounges in the bath all day.
The math is simple. There's no way to define the value of a single chip. But I believe a chip.
Aventurine to me is like
It's all or nothing now. This is humanity in its most primitive form. But life would be quite dull if it were just an unending series of wins, wouldn't it?
I love Aventurine so much. His character is so complex, and to me he's like one of the girlies. He's one of the girls.
Let's raise the stakes. The wager will be life and death. And the prize, everything. There seems to be a slight misunderstanding, my friend.
And the oh my god, I was talking about this before yesterday, but I love enhanced like ultimate animations within these character trailers.
Because unlike the house, the gambler knows exactly what they want.
The gambler knows exactly what they want. Oh, killer line.
You see?
What a character. Like such like one of the best characters Hoyo has ever released. And just his like his trailer alongside Akron's trailers, I think those two trailers are my favorite trailers so far. And with that in mind, like I don't even think I have to say it. Like Aventurine and Ratio, they're so close. They're so close and near and dear to my heart. Like they are power, like if not power couple, like the two bestest friends within this entire game, honestly. I heard someone say that the note that Ratio leaves for him in the Nihility is maybe one of the sweetest things a character has done for another character in this game, and I agree with it. Like, I know people will say it's contrived, that, you know, like, oh, like, no wonder you start to ship these two characters together when one of them is like, oh, you should stay alive. Like, I was like, why not? There's too much subtext between the two of them for me not to indulge in it. Like, I can't help it. I just cannot help it with these two. And for that, like, although I love Ratio, like, so much. Oh my god, I didn't switch. I didn't switch the screen again. I've just been talking this whole time while not even showing you what I've been looking at in the game. Anyway, the subtext between these two, absolutely crazy. And for that, like, I cannot help, even though I love Ratio and I would love to put him in marriage material, and put Aventurine in what I would make a new tier called therapy material. But together they have to go into We're the Side Piece. Okay, before we get to like our knockdown final three, I'm gonna show our last trailer. I've actually never seen this. It really does fit. The duet between his two personalities. Oh my god, they're just showing off of the animation at this point. I'm sustaining. That is a cool shot. I was gonna say.
To change anything, you can only rely on yourself. I will overcome the thorns. I have heard the call. There's always a paradise that needs to be built, even if I should melt and fall before reaching it.
Behold that vow, like the sun in the sky. It does not restrain with violence or persuade with arguments.
May this arduous journey of ours lead us starward.
I love that Honkai Star Rail logo. Ooh, that was good. But the trailer itself, I have to admit, was a little bit over the top for me, especially when the two pianos are like about to crash into each other. I know this is supposed to be a serious trailer, but within me, all I could think about was how funny that imagery was. For Agathario, you ship when one character says, "I wish you died." You see, like, I love a good toxic ship at times, and Raturin was once supposed to be that toxic ship, but then they just showed themselves to be so loving towards each other, and you know, just I'm in my Raturin feels now. But anyway, they're too kind to each other to be truly toxic, and I can't find it myself to dislike that, crazy enough. This trailer was fun. And I do have Sunday, actually. Gonna cut away from rat urine for a moment. Why the lesbian heart for Sunday? Although, like, I kind of get it as well. There we go, dear Sunday. Oh, he has a line about Gallagher. I did not even realize that. Here we go.
May our journey be free of troubles and lead us starward.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like I'd really like to put him as like a proud husbando. Because he definitely has like the potential to be shipped with the Trailblazer. But also like he's starting out in such a new place. Like, okay, first of all, I'm not gonna put him in ick. I don't think he deserves to be put in ick. Oh, it's for Agathario. I see. I'm glad that you can enjoy such toxic behavior. No, I usually like toxic ships. It's just like this one just kind of like held me and would not let go kind of scenario. But like back to Sunday, he does not give me ick. But also I feel like he doesn't really fit any of these other ones too. Like I'd be too afraid to like leave him alone if fling ever happened. I don't think he has like any place to be a side piece, or like we're the side piece. Like he's alone in this world now, basically. And he's definitely not our bestie. And I don't think he fits up here either. I'm gonna be very honest. I want good things for him. I think he's here. Like, along with Jade should definitely be more up here. Right there. I think with Sparkle, it would be like a fling that could happen, and then we both immediately regret it kind of scenario. Yeah. Okay. Alright. It's very, very late, but I refuse to give up. Here we go. First thing I want to talk about is Kafka. Okay. And I guess, because I never showed it, here's Castoris's Valentine's Day artwork. Although we don't even have her playable in game yet. They gave her Valentine's Day artwork. But without postponing it any further, it's Kafka. Kafka. I think we all love Kafka here. Oh boy. I'm just pulling her up in game as well. Let me see here. She is so special. Despite only showing up for like the beginning portion of this game, we have not seen her in a while. Like, her presence is just that heavy. I've never stopped thinking about her. Oh boy.
Oh, we meet again.
I know some people will say that she is like a motherly figure to the protagonist. And with that, I'm gonna say absolutely not. I don't know, like, Kafka. Okay, like, beyond the general appeal of her as like this seductive hypnotist, with the spider motif, like, God, you know, a character is 100% like the best when they have the spider motif. like, here you go. This is from her character quest, and it's the truthful answer about when you ask her, what is my connection to you?
One day, Elio handed you over to me. He said that if things continued to transpire according to the future possibility he foresaw, you would eventually change me, and I would change you. In other words, you and I are each other's destiny.
No matter what she says, she looks...
I tell you, you and I are each other's destiny. What? Oh, you gotta slide your hair back behind your ear at that line. Like, no matter what, she's coming with us to the end game. I just, like, that's the line that sold me immediately on her as, like, a waifu candidate. And not just a waifu candidate, but, like, one of the potential, like, end game romantic prospects. And I don't think I need to show any more than that. Okay. With that in mind, she slides up here for the final count. We will choose our rose recipient from marriage material. She, of course, gets to sit her ass down in marriage material, because even though she is a Stellaron hunter, like Blade, I believe that her relationship with the Trailblazer could be that strong as to, like, dedicate herself to the relationship, basically. Like, they will make each other better. They'll change each other. You know, they are each other's destiny. Like, I'm not gonna lie. It gets me. That gets me. Okay? Okay. Next up is Firefly. I do not have Firefly, so I cannot bring up any lines. But I do think, like, it's obvious. It's obvious that Firefly is built to be a romantic interest. Like it or not.
Heard of this song? It's called If I Can Stop One Heart from Breaking by Robin. Her songs are played in the Dreamland from time to time as the Charmony Festival is drawing close. This spot is the closest place to the sky in the dreamscape. It's far away from the hustle and bustle of the city and free from the bickering among the dreamers. You can feel the moment. The scenery, the people and the dreams, without being disturbed by anyone. How beautiful. Time is frozen at this golden hour. This golden
I love the fact that you're so mad about this, Abigail, that I did not give Kafka the rose immediately. We still have 2 other marriage candidates.
The Astral Express nameless. And me.
I mean, look at her. We're on a date.
Everyone falls asleep here equally. Regardless of our...
You can't help it. Like, the developers deliberately made so many of our interactions with Firefly romantic. It's hard to deny.
I'm sorry.
The waifu,
Is priceless. Just like this moment.
like, it's so hard to deny how perfect she is as a waifu.
I'm sorry. For certain reasons, there are things I can't
can't reveal to you yet.
If you could have Kafka, why settle for Firefly? Let Kafka and Firefly battle it out. Stellaron Hunter between Stellaron Hunter.
Watchmaker's legacy. But that doesn't mean we have to go our separate ways and be enemies. But at least I really hope things don't turn out that way.
Like, I'll say this. It also helps Firefly's case that there's a very heavy implication that the two of them were an item before the Trailblazer lost their memories in her space station at the very beginning of the game.
Emerging from it. It bloomed against the morning sun, and it whispered to me. I still remember the question on the invitation letter. Why does life slumber? You see, everything is possible in this land of dreams. The nightmarish past will disperse and fade away like bubbles in water, and the future that you don't want to face will never come.
Okay, and here comes like one of the bigger moments in the state scene. Where you guys take a photo together.
Say cheese.
This, I tell you. This is everyone's dream. It's like, don't you want a girlfriend that you could do this with? And you think to yourself, oh my god, I do. I do. And of course, like, the whole time we're in Penacony, our relationship with Firefly is like one of the most important emotional arcs. Like, emotional cornerstones of our time in Penacony is our relationship with Firefly. And this, like, ending to Penacony really establishes that.
Intertwined, moving forward and growing together.
I mean, how do you not like having a girlfriend with a mech suit?
But it is not today.
Things are going too well. Let's speed up the countdown.
Human life is short, just like fireflies to a flame. So if you have an answer in your heart, always remember, don't leave with any regrets.
We literally are like waiting for her to come back, like after doing her heroic sacrifice. Of course, it's just a fake out by Sparkle. The whole bomb situation to pair us together. Sparkle, the greatest wingman.
Why don't you go take a closer look?
And we get princess carried. We get princess carried.
Came here with our own goals.
This is so romantic. This is literally so romantic right here. What a beautiful end to Penacony too.
Day and night. So, why do people choose to slumber? I think it's as you said. Because in the end, we will wake up from our dreams.
Oops. Not the end card. But yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I love that moment. I love that moment when it happened with my game. And they definitely really push how Firefly is our girlfriend.
怎么样？是不是很意外？
Literally a your point of view date with Firefly
因为
experience.
看你没事时总会拿出手机，我就想，你应该会更喜欢沉浸式美梦。
Okay. And this is where I have to say, like, as lovely as Firefly is as a character, the fact that she is so heavily catering to our desire to have, like, a romantic partner does give me the ick.
等你准备好了，我们就出发吧。
Ooh.
这些地方你也早就想走走看了，对吧？我不够直率、纯真、有童心。啊，真美呀！姐，才一起拿下冠军。
I tell you, like, it's so, like, I really want to feel the sweetness of having Firefly as, like, our designated love interest, because I'm not I'm not a canonical love interest hater, even though my fanfic history would probably say to differ. But I really want to like Firefly. I really do. I spent this time to show you some of her sweetest moments with the main character, to show you exactly how high of a regard she has as a waifu, just in terms of pure canon power alone. But boy, they push it so hard. They push it so hard, it kind of gets pushed all the way to the other side of the spectrum in terms of how much you don't want to be with her. Okay. So, as much as I would like her to be here, and as much as I know the game would probably like her to be here, yeah, I even put March up here for the reason of, like, the game probably would like us to be paired together at the end of the day, but for me personally, Firefly is one of, like, I'd rather not have her be our main marriage candidate. It hurts. It hurts to put her here. Because she is such a cool character otherwise. I love her, like, storyline in terms of, like, handling her disability and, you know, finding meaning in life after being, like, a soldier for so long. But dear, they need to pare down. They need to pare down on her as the girlfriend character. I mean, we did get a Valentine from her this year. So let's be thankful for that at the very least. Okay. One last character to get through. It's Acheron. Acheron is the first character we get introduced in Penacony.
Not another one.
And I love the dialogue we have with her in the very beginning.
Somewhere before.
You evoke memories of an old friend. In the haze of my recollections, she stood shoulder to shoulder with me. Much like this surreal dreamscape where we stood close, yet forever out of reach. May I ask you a few more questions? I tend to forget things, which is why, rather than memories, I'm accustomed to using my emotions to capture what I normally wouldn't otherwise. The answer is inconsequential. Your spontaneous reaction is what matters.
For instance, when you awaken in your room, your lips speak several names. Are they your companions? Family? Enemies? You seem to have forged unbreakable bonds with many people and many incidents. Might I ask if you fear losing these bonds?
I'm sorry, I'm so tempted to play out this whole dialogue sequence for you.
If there was a vast dream
Just because it's so important, okay?
there, no one faces life's separations or deaths. Everyone attains their deserved happiness and lives joyfully ever after. I would ask, would you wish to stay?
Okay. I would no matter the cost.
Now, imagine if this splendid dream were fated to fall apart. Friends, family, strangers, followed by the gentle breeze, soaring birds, the stars, and ultimately yourself. Everyone and every face they remember, the joy and the heartaches, the vows sealed and those left hanging, all will inevitably march towards a predetermined ending. If you had grasped the journey's finale right from its inception, I would ask, would you still embark on this journey? I know this is hard. You don't have to be hard-pressed to make a decision. As I have said, the answer is inconsequential. Hearing, touch, thought. Through these you gain emotions. Cherish them. With emotions, we make choices. And so we return to the original question. I would ask, do you still remember me?
Do you still remember me?
I understand. How interesting. For a split second, it felt like countless versions of you, alike yet distinct, gave entirely different responses. That was my final question. Thank you. We all have our paths to walk, so we shall bid our farewells. The Golden Dream is getting restless. In the coming nights of Long, I'm afraid you will face many tribulations and witness many tragedies. And finally, your sight will only see black and white. But please believe me that in that monochrome world, there will be a glimpse of fleeting red. And when you make a choice, it will reappear before you once more.
Okay, and I love this cutscene.
Is ponder its significance. And then you can return to the waking world. That's where we all find our
Amazing! Oh, what an amazing introduction. Amazing. So amazing. I'm like a broken record, just repeating myself in how, like, just well done this introduction is. It really sets the tone for Penacony, and it made me just, like, instantly intrigued in Acheron as a character, and what possible, like what's going on here between Acheron and our main character. Oh my god. And that's what I have to open with as we talk about her, our last possible waifu to add to the tier list. And with that, I add this last part, which is our farewell to Acheron in the story.
Do you still remember when we first arrived in Penacony? Who would have thought our paths would cross in such a way? Come to think of it, I didn't even get a chance to formally introduce myself.
Now I'm gonna skip
I believe
a lot of this, because what matters is the optional hidden ending, where you get around here, where it starts to like reference back to their original conversation in the very beginning.
What do you mean? It's improbable that you've crossed paths with my past self. What I mean is, there is nothing left to retrace there. Only nihility. I see. You've also had a similar experience? Then you should know that this me and your memory of me are not the same person.
But some things will never change.
Long ago, I too was like you, with irreplaceable companions. We also embarked on journeys, making the best choices we could, whenever we could. Unfortunately, we didn't achieve the outcome we wanted. But moments like this make me feel like they never even left. In this universe, there exist countless worlds that are similar yet different, and countless people who are alike yet distinct. I too have wandered alone, encountering acquaintances on strange worlds, seeing their silhouettes overlap with my past. In your opinion, what does this déjà vu mean?
The longing for a certain someone option being chosen.
Attachment,
Ooh.
desire, longing. They may all be right, but they are all incomplete. I believe it's not something external, but something that originates within us. An emotion that traverses time from a certain moment of our past to reach us. Perhaps it's a source of warmth and happiness. Or maybe it brings pain and sorrow. Each time we reminisce on our past, we always seem to notice a tiny but unforgettable instant that we left behind us, along with certain other things that remain constant throughout. That is a summary of our lives, encapsulating everything about us in these moments. Proof of our shared path. Within them, we glimpse our own essence, and thus, we truly exist. Just like everyone in this story, hurtling onwards along the path of destiny with passion and courage for the things that breathe meaning into their lives. Set forth on your voyage without hesitation, Nameless, on the path of the Trailblaze.
Oh.
Even if the ending has been predetermined, that's fine. There are countless things that humans cannot change. But before that, on the road towards the end, there are still many things that we can do. And because of this, the end will thus reveal a completely different meaning. This is the meaning of journey. All those things, beautiful before, are still so now. And I believe it will still bloom at the end of the nihility. Until we meet again beneath the sun's rays.
This just kills me, man. Oh my god. That ending, it sums up perfectly for me what I feel like Akron's place is. And she's like in another life. That's for me what Akron is. Like in another life, like we would have had the chance. But as we are currently, like it's just not, we're just not the right people at the right time, which is so heartbreaking. It's also like this is exactly the kind of romantic tension that I crave. It's like, I know the whole point of this optional like hidden ending is because of Akron's she is an XP from Honkai Impact 3rd. I know she's a variation of a character from that game, and I know that specifically Akron is a version of the Honkai Impact 3rd character in which like basically everything went wrong and everything was destroyed. And given this, and knowing that in Honkai Impact 3rd, Akron's character has a romantic relationship with the protagonist, who, like, we are probably, I'm assuming we are the XPs of, though I don't think that's confirmed either. And, like, no matter what, like these scenes by themselves, even without knowing, like, the meta understanding of it, like, that it's referencing a different game, the knowledge that both the Trailblazer and the Akron have memories that are lost to time, that maybe are never going to come back, because Akron being the emanator of nihility and being a self-annihilator, like, she just is at risk of constantly losing herself and does constantly lose her memories. And so she forgets people all the time, people that were once extremely important to her. And this is just something that she's learned to accept as she's, like, continued living, instead of, like, succumbing to nihility. And it's, like, so powerful, this, like, idea that maybe both of them had been in the right place in the right time at one point. And then, like, the inevitable happened, which is that Akron had to move on, and the Trailblazer lost their memories, and she also lost hers because of the circumstances that they are in. Like, this was destiny, in terms of, like, it was inevitable that no matter what, they would have to forget each other. And the fact that they couldn't, like, that maybe, like, this is like a reunion, or maybe that never had even happened, but yet they still feel like this connection to each other. Oh my god. That is absolutely crazy. What an insane, like, 100% maybe my favorite relationship in the game, outside of Aventurine and Dr. Ratio. And so, I'm so sorry to my audience. She's getting my rose today. She deserves it. Even if it could never be fully requited, like, because of circumstances, that doesn't matter to me. She deserves the rose as the most compelling waifu in this entire game. I will say this, like, I do think it's going to be, in the end game, it's probably going to be either Kafka or Firefly. Or if we're being really funny about it, maybe March will come in as a true marriage candidate later on. But right now, today, this Valentine's Day, Akron's getting my rose. I'm done. I am so sorry, Abigail. I am so sorry. I thought you knew that somehow this was gonna happen. You're bullying me. Even if, like, she is gonna forget Black Swan eventually. Like, that's the whole curse of being the part of Nihility, by being touched by Nihility. Is that eventually she's gonna forget all of us. And just keep existing.
I, too, was once kept in someone's heart like you. Those trivial moments, when looked back upon, are worth more than 1,000 words. The past shapes who we are today. Some things are hard to remember. Others hard to forget.
I'm so sorry. I realized that this has been a 4-hour stream. I've been hosting the biggest Kafka stan alive, and I did not give Kafka her rose. I know, I am a traitor. I am a traitor. I'm not gonna lie about that. How are you gonna yell at me? How are you gonna yell at me, Abigail? Look, like...
So it's you. Our time spent with one another is precious.
Like, I can't argue with my heart, and my heart says that the rose goes to her. She's my girl. Trying to be letting it turn off the stream, but you're so let down. Okay, you know what? I'll let Kafka share the stem. They can both hold it. Does that help you? Does that help your feelings, Abigail? They can share the stem of the rose. You're gonna leave an angry voice message. I am really sorry. I'm really sorry. I can't debate my heart though. I can't debate my heart in this. If I was being realistic, I think every single one of these characters would get a rose here in the marriage material spot. I did plan this. I had Akron right at the end because I wanted to talk about her the most. And I think that goes to show that she deserves that rose because she's just such a compelling character. And like it has the most like intriguing possible romance option with the Trailblazer at the end of the day. Okay, I'm glad to see that my audience has been appeased by Kafka getting to hold the stem. Like, to choose a husbando, funnily enough, I think Jiao Cho would be my if I had to pick a man moment. He would be the one given a carnation, although not a rose. Even though, because I love Boot Hill a lot, but I know he would be ultimately emotionally unavailable. And I think Jiao Cho has it within him to have space for a special somebody. So those are my 3 Valentines for tonight. I'm gonna download this. Wonderful. What a beautiful tier list we have created. I just know that this would cause so much trauma and headaches if I shared this with the larger community. Okay, I'm gonna start my wind down of stream. I think to wrap us up, I'll let Kafka say our goodbyes for tonight. Just making sure I'm actually showing the video. Okay, good.
Oh, bye-bye. See if you can surprise me next time.
Okay, bye-bye. Thank you so much for watching. I know this was a complete journey to go on. So happy Valentine's Day. Thank you for spending your night with me. All right. And good night. Please get some rest.